Right, good afternoon, good evening, how's everybody doing? Well, looks like I'll not be streaming Mass Effect from the looks of it. Warner Brothers once again screwing everybody over. Mass tweets going out from larger streamers saying just don't bother with it. Guess I'll not buy it. I'll just wait until later. I'll get it when it's dirt cheap. But yeah, fuck that. That is... And it's always them. It's always that one fucking organisation. Like, I understand, yes. Freaking people playing music and shit on their stream. Fair enough. But if it's music that's part of the game that you're playing, Twitch needs to fucking pull their thumb out and sort something out, because it's no good their stance being, I'll just turn the music off. The music is what adds to the fucking game enjoyment. Oh no. So yeah, I'll not be streaming Mass Effect then. Fuck that. And it looks like if you go on Twitter and search Mass Effect DMCA, there is pretty much everyone else on the same stance. Fuck you, we're not playing your game then. Which is a shame because I was looking forward to it. So I've just got very little interest in streaming much now. Like, I'm just chilling with this because you just can't enjoy streaming anymore because the music industry's just pinching pennies and trying to fuck everyone over. Again, if someone's knowingly playing music that isn't part of the game you're playing, like if I was sitting playing fucking Metallica or something right now while playing this, fair enough, that's on me. That's perfectly fine if I was to get DMCA'd for that. That's my fault. But if it's music that's part of the game that you bought, Twitch needs to come up with some sort of license, pull that fucking money out, the cheapskates, and you know, if they want that community to stay thriving, they need to do something. Because again, if it continues to get worse and worse, people are going to go elsewhere. Me, I'll just stop streaming because I'm not too fussed. Like I said, I stream because I like to socialise while playing my games. I don't give a fuck about making money on Twitch. Couldn't give a toss. I just stream because it keeps me fucking sane, chatting with people while I'm playing my games. Otherwise, I'll just be sat here in my room, in silence, playing a game, and I'd be bored out of my mind. Gone are the couch co-op, couch days where you chill on the couch with your mates and play games. So that's why, again, I like Twitch. Why I started 11 fucking years ago streaming, because I like just chilling, chatting with people while I'm playing my games. Couldn't give a toss about the money side. Couldn't give a monkeys. Same on YouTube. Like when I get a copyright strike on a YouTube video, I'm just like, ha! Enjoy those 3 viewers. That's gonna get some big revenue. Again, I don't give a flying toss about it. But yeah. It's these penny pinching companies. Twitch needs to do what Facebook's done and get a license that covers this sort of stuff, like when you're playing games. So yeah, I'll not be playing Mass Effect. And again, if you go on Twitter and search Mass Effect DMCA, no one else is going to be playing it as well. because Warner Brother now owns the rights to make a film, they're flagging anything Mass Effect related. People are getting slapped on Twitch already. Oh well. I think I'll just stick to playing this. Let's see. Yeah, even Burke's tweeted about it. With the news about DMCA affecting Mass Effect, I'm not going to stream it if I've got to have the music muted. This is a massive story-driven experience, and the music is a huge part of that. Exactly. Music is a huge part of adding to the moments in games. And when you've got to turn it off, like I'm doing with certain tracks in this, I don't mind with this because obviously I'm playing content that I've already played. And I'm muting tracks that I know get flagged on YouTube. They don't get flagged here on Twitch, but I still mute them just in case. Like I'm nearly up to Hades. I don't know if I should mute that or not, because obviously it plays the theme of Shadowbringers. Yeah, Co as well, heads up streamers who playing Mass Effect games. It's now in the movie music soundtrack risk list. Live streamers, YouTubers, Twitch streamers all need to know the risks. I had to mute all of Core Carnage's Mass Effect 2 playlist due to Warner Brothers still working on his Mass Effect 1. Yeah, this is like when he played Mass Effect, the old Mass Effect. So he's having to go back through all the videos and mute them. Yeah, fuck that. Never mind. Yeah, it's the same with this. Torn from Heaven, one of the tracks in this, a generic battle track. Whenever that plays, I have to mute it because I know when I put it on YouTube, it immediately gets flagged by Warner, one of the third-party studios. Apparently Warner owns a couple of tracks in this as well. Or Universal, one of the two. I think it was Universal. Again, like I said, fair enough if someone's deliberately sitting playing Metallica or something on their stream while they're playing games or just sitting there chatting. Fair enough. That's on them. Have at it. DMC in them. Because they shouldn't be playing that sort of music anymore. Now that we can't do that. But if it's music that's part of the game, again, it's because Twitch is a grey area. But still, Twitch needs to get some sort of protection put in place. But Twitch's response was just, oh well, just to be safe, turn off the music. Mute your game. But again, it's because streaming's a grey area. It's not something that's... It's legal, but again, it's... And it's hard to describe it, but yeah. But anyway, right, I want to get this finished today. We are nearly there. I have blasted through Shadowbringers. So we just fought Vor 3. I am now dying, slowly turning into a Sin Eater. Everyone else has gone out into the world to try and save us. And Emmett has showed his true colours. I don't know how, it's the exact same volume it's always at. I always have me volume on the stream deck to 85%. And the background music to 30 in here. Right. Reassuring the masses. The manager at the suite seems surprised to see you up and about. Oh, sir, you're awake? You were injured during the foray in Mount Gulg, yes? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher, looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. To compound my worry, the sky is... well, I'm sure you've seen. It has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Being up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Hey, I'm dying. Ragi was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers. He's visited several times since to inquire about after your condition. Yep, I think I'll just get the trilogy on PC because I can get it nice and cheap on there, and I'll just play it myself. Or I'll just not, or I'll just wait till it's even cheaper. I'll just get it when it's dirt cheap on a sale, just to spite those fuckers. Sucks for the development team. This is what music company, game design companies need to start doing now. Just spite fucking Warner and Universal and all those twats. Again, if Twitch aren't going to get any sort of cover, and because the streaming industry is so big that it helps promote smaller developers. By like Burke and Co and Dan and the bigger streamers helping to promote that game. I guarantee it costs them a lot less than paying for all the ad revenue and book publishing, magazine publishings and things like that. They just pay a few streamers that get thousands of viewers a small sum for them to play that game for a couple hours. And so, yeah, I think in the long run, developers need to just say, right, well, fuck you, big companies. We'll get our own in-house group that specifically makes music for. Fuck you, we don't need you anymore. They'll sharp fucking change that tune then. All the lawyers and big companies in the music industry are... well, again, I understand, they're trying to protect that property. Fair enough. Again. But, I mean, again, I was saying, if someone was playing Metallica on their stream, fair enough, that's on them. But I remember there was an event recently, and Metallica was playing music on Twitch, and Twitch muted them. And apparently they're a group that's big on again supporting what Warner Brother and those do. And so when they got muted, apparently it just became a big meme on Twitch. Again, it's a grey area, the whole streaming industry, but Twitch, again, if they want to keep that company thriving, they need to put some licenses in place instead of just saying, just turn the sound off. That is not a solution. That's just Twitch through and through. Twitch has never changed. They've always chosen the fucking lazy route of doing things. Well, look who's back from the dead. But like I said, it's a grey area. There's two sides to the coin. It sucks that we're in this position, but again, yes, they're protecting their property. But it's just a really scummy way that they're going about doing it. Ah, it was a grim sight. Companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in. Well, I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor exarch away in the midst of the chaos. White, what is the world coming to? But mourning never solved anything, did it? Nah, it's times like this that we Crystarian folks stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmore's back on the table. Best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever misery the fates deem fit to throw at us. Speaking of misery, Esmail was worried sick about you. Gila wringing her hands is not a sight you ever wish to see, let me tell you. Yeah, it's stuff like that now that just makes me just want to say, you know what, fuck it, I can't be asked to stream anymore. Because again, I only stream for the social. I don't give a crap about making money on the service. Not why I start streaming. But when you're having to constantly walk on eggshells around every single game that you play, like example, Sackboy's Big Adventure. Me and Koos was excited to play that, and then we heard about all the DMCA strikes because that game is literally full of third-party artists' music. And again, that's that grey area where they're using big artists to put tracks in their levels. And yeah, me and Koos hasn't touched that game. Same with Spider-Man Miles Morales. I really want to play that. It's just sat there because I know there's people getting copyright strikes for it. Same with Persona 5. People getting banned for that because of car alarms and shit. Frickin' car alarms. People are copyrighting car alarms. Next, breathing will be copyrighted next. He's breathing, get him! Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even Spergrix chirurgeons were forbidden from making visits. Reen was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption. I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I'm worried to see their faces grow even more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake. And when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them to rest a bit. It won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. Ah, and our own Moran has been a little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet. Too busy with his nose buried in the dusty tomes or other. Again, it's just more annoying because the way Twitch is handling it. You know, there's this company that's built around streaming and people being able to chill and play their games and entertain people, or just be a place for people to just hang out. And they've just got such a shit stance on how to handle this whole music situation. Telling your partners or your potential partners and what have you to just turn off the game sound is not a solution. That's just them throwing in the towel. Because they can't be asked to fork out for a license to just support that one grown industry. I mean, Facebook's done it. I don't know how well it served them. But the second this became an issue, that was the first thing Facebook did. As much as I hate Facebook, especially because they forced us to frickin' bind my Facebook account to my Oculus account in order to use this, because I just bought this yesterday so I could actually do VR on my laptop, and this has fixed the problem. But Facebook, being the scummy scum that they are, they forced us to merge my Facebook account with my Oculus account, and I don't use Facebook, so but again, at least they had the right idea. The second this whole music industry thing started picking up, they paid for licenses to support their own platform. I mean, even YouTube's got a decent solution. Like, YouTube, if you get a copyright claim on YouTube, all they do is allow the person who owns that music to claim the revenue on that video. Why can't Twitch do that? Again, it's because they can't be asked to mess with their own system. Proof in the pudding was when GlitchCon that happened, the last Twitch event that they had online. The CEO of Twitch admitted that they scavenged the DMCA system from Justin TV. Again, Justin TV closed down in like 2011, 12, something like that. And its own DMCA system was garbage. It was made purely for the movie section because people were constantly streaming movies and that. And it was basically just a system that would just automatically just get rid of channels. There was no human input at all. And it's the same here. They've just scavenged that system and brought it to Twitch. And he admitted it during that GlitchCon event. And yeah, it just doesn't seem like they're doing anything with it. Like they're not updating it. That's why I hope, because whenever I have a VOD on my channel, if I'm not too sure about the music, but I want to keep the VOD for like uploading to YouTube, there's now obviously that option to unpublish the VOD. And I hope that that gives you some measure of protection, because obviously when you unpublish it, you can't view it. Other people can't view it. So again, it's just a VOD that's there that nobody can access. But you can still export that VOD. And that's what I do basically with all my VODs. I unpublish them after a stream and export them to YouTube. They're still on Twitch, but they're hidden from everybody. I can see them, but I can't watch them unless I republish them. But again, it's that whole situation when Twitch, when everyone deleted the VODs from their Twitch channels. I knew this years ago because I had an issue when Justin TV closed. A lot of my highlights and everything reverted from the point where I made that highlight to the start of the stream of the VOD that highlight was made from. And these were VODs from years and years ago into Justin TV time. And it turns out the reason why it did that is because Twitch kept all your VODs backed up on a server. And so when they closed down Justin TV, it caused a problem with all the old highlights and VODs from Justin TV. So it shuffled from that moment of your highlight all the way back to the start of the VOD that it was created from. And when I emailed Twitch to query it, that tech pretty much admitted it was that's because they keep everything on a server. So I knew already. But obviously when the DMCA strikes started happening, we then discovered that because they kept everything backed up on a server, people were still getting strikes, even though they deleted the video off their channel, but were still on Twitch's servers. And so when the strike landed on that video, people were still getting banned. I think that's the one thing they have changed now, though. They still keep them backed up, but Obviously, they've fixed it so people aren't going to get banned if they delete them off that channel. Nah, just sucks. Twitch just sucks these days. Like, I've never really played music on my channel other than gaming music. Music that's part of a game. Like, I mean, I deleted all my Final Fantasy 14 original VODs. That's why I'm doing this new Game Plus run. Because all my original Final 14 VODs, when I was just like doing daily grinds and things like that, I would play like music, but it was mostly, again, game music. Not Final Fantasy music, but other gaming music. But as soon as these DMCA things started happening, I immediately deleted all of my Final 14 stuff. But yeah. Sucks. Confound it. This says the same thing as the last. Maybe I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Jasix? Is it truly you and not some figment of my imagination? But this is wonderful. It would seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the Light Wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? Because of me, mate. All the Light Wardens are within me. I'm slowly becoming one. I must have pored over 100 tomes. But no definite conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you're away, why are my eyes so droopy today? Back in a minute. I feel very drowsy today. Brr. Splash of some cold water. No, I'm just very tired today. Now that you're awake, however. No, not bad. Stop! Wake up! How's Lullaby today? How's everybody doing? Now that you're awake, however, I'm hopeful the search for our stolen steward might be in earnest. Catalyst, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparation for battle. Though against what foe we are yet uncertain. Why not pay a visit? You're making a new Discord server? What's wrong with your current one? Expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. You know, just make a new section within that, rather than splitting your audience within 2 different Discords. People are whingy. People don't like having to do multiple things. I'll just make another section. Why is it suddenly auto run? I didn't even press the auto run button. Can't you make sections within sections? I thought you could do that on Discord. So like you have a gaming section, and then when people click that on the left, it'll bring up all your game related like channels and what have you. And then another one for, you know, your crafts and that, and then when you click that, it'll bring up all your craft sections. But you could have sections within sections. Yeah, I'm just thinking because obviously people might not like being split between 2 different Discords. Yeah. Query it with your viewership. Put a poll up on Twitter or something. Do you want more than 1 Discord? Off, you're getting it. Jasix, alive and well, I see. Give us all a proper fright, you know that? Not a day has gone by that I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you all, the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? It's hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day. The Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. Well, that's some fine work, I must admit. It'd be impossible to make something better, but we need to experiment with different patterns and materials. I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy. Greetings, Glynard. Master of the Stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. Finally got 1k subs on YouTube. Nice. Mine's a dead zone. I don't care, just put the VODs there for storage since we can't keep them here on Twitch. Let's see. Never mind that. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. Yeah, it's hard to grow gaming YouTube channels these days. Again, you've got to basically act like an idiot if you want to get attention. And then once you've done that and you've getting an audience, that's when you can start being chill and be yourself. That's how a lot of them do it. act like an idiot, grow an audience, and then finally be like, oh, by the way, guys, this is me. And by genius, you mean old Grenelt? He's a man of unrivaled gifts. I won't argue with you there. What good does his talent do us if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Grenelt since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. Wouldn't even know where to start looking. Is that the guy that lives underwater in that big freaking tube building thing? One that gives you level 80 gear. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I'll wager I'll show up soon enough. My time at the bar, many the tale I've told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being. On the off chance you encounter Grenelt, it'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on slow and steady progress. Man, it's really annoying that I really want to play Mass Effect, and now I don't want to because I can't enjoy it while I'm just chilling streaming. Fucking shit. So now, again, I'm just there's no point in us buying a Day 1 release because I'm not going to play it, so I'll just grab it later when it's dirt cheap. Hopefully by then there'll be some better method to streaming. This is all talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to convalescing, eh? Ah, before you do that, you know, actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I've got a regular who's eager to meet you. I'd best be getting back. Because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Here. We can't forget the hurt upon which this city was founded, or the heart. Or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. We're nearly done! There's only a couple of quests left to go. And then everything after that is all new. It's no longer a new game plus run once I get to the end of this. Yay! Let's see. In his garden. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 quests left to go. The story. I'm curious if they've removed some quests from Shadowbringers. Because there's still, story-wise, a canny bit to go. Like, we've got to go, obviously, find, you know, the old primal that takes you underwater. We've got to go meet that. Spoiler alert. And then once we're underwater, we've got to go to the first city there, do shit for them, and then we'll make our way to Amarot. We'll meet all the cloaked people there and learn about the history of Emmet's people. And then we'll do the dungeon and then the trial with Emet. And somehow that's got to be covered in 10 quests. I'm curious if they've removed some. Catalyst looks at you with a concerned eye. Jasix, are you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Ah, well, you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the more soothing scenery. The Exarch often liked to stand there and feel the wind on his face. Oh, my legs! I don't know if I'm going to go straight onto the patch content once I've hit the end, or if I'm going to take a little bit of a break and play something else, because obviously I've played this since February. I've non-stopped played this pretty much every day. Blasted through Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, patch content, raids. I think I need a bit of a break. Not too long of a break. Preferably I'll come back when the final patch content releases later in this month. It comes out towards the end of this month, so I'll just take like a week or two playing something else.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Might go back and do what was it called? Phoenix Rising. The DLC for that. All the DLC for that's finally out, so I might go back and do that. That, or I've got Nia Replicant.
I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
Still can't believe it's coming from me.
Neither can I, to be honest. But you heard what the Ascian said. The light you shine will warp the world around you, whether you like it or not. Even your Stoller and Reen had to concede that point. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out.
Eyelash, get out. Eyelash. I feel it digging into my eye. Got it.
That doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest.
Hey, Lou.
There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen.
Well, Lou, there will be no Mass Effect stream here on this channel, or pretty much any other channel.
That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burns so bright.
Yeah, that sucks.
That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive. Well, come on then. As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours.
Yeah, I mean, I've just logged on about an hour ago, but I've spent most of it yakking about this whole nobody's going to stream Mass Effect because basically Universal's slapping everybody here on Twitch. So people are pretty much just saying, oh well, not playing that game. Yeah, Core started putting the message out because all of his old VODs on YouTube and that of Mass Effect 2 and 1 have been mass flagged by Universal in the past few days. Because Universal obviously now owns rights to the Mass Effect movie franchise. And so they've taken it upon themselves to start flagging the Mass Effect games as well. So his editors had to go all the way through all of his Mass Effect 1 and 2 VODs and remove all the music. And so Burke and Coe and all the other bigger streamers are pretty much just saying, well, guess we're not playing that on stream.
I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me.
Yep, that's why I was saying earlier to Lullaby, developers need to just say, right, screw these third-party artists, we'll just get here for our own in-house company to make our music. Because again, streaming has grown so much now that I guarantee it's probably cheaper for them to pay a streamer who has, you know, thousands of viewers to spend an hour or two playing that game, give them a free copy of the game, and pay them a small bit of money to play that game for an hour or two. And in the long run, I guarantee that's probably cheaper than them paying, you know, paying for advertisements on billboards and magazines and TV adverts and things like that. Just get one guy who's got a big viewership, pay him a small amount of money to play the game for an hour or two, and basically tell third-party artists to just go sling their hook and do their own in-house music.
But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
Sorry.
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours.
Who gets the PC?
My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle. It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Emet-Selch will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion.
Yeah, well, again, I was wanting to play it, but now that I can't stream it, I'm just going to buy it later when it's on sale. I'll not be playing at launch anymore.
And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? Oh, my dear beloved sapling. You are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits.
It's not going to happen.
Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place. our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
But it's pretty much made a definite now. I'm definitely not buying it on Xbox now. Again, because obviously it's more expensive. I can get it much cheaper on PC. And I could either wait for it to go on sale, or I could get it on release on PC, cheaper. Not sure yet. But again, like I say, I'll not be playing it on Twitch. And since I don't like chilling playing games on my own, it'll just sit there in a backlog. Aha, I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amaro. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? Happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations, as any in the city could tell you. He is a man of wisdom and compassion and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons past, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. Exarch merely smiled and said, because one day the crystal tower may vanish and as suddenly as it arrived. Do 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 do. What? Now it's saying it's up. Da, da, da. Is it actually in the library? Ah, it'll be on like another floor inside the library. Yeah. So I don't know what I'm going to play next, because I was planning once I finish this today, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, a week or two, to give that final patch time to release. So I was going to play obviously Mass Effect, but now I don't know what to play. Got Nier Replicant. Play through that. Ah, was there something else you needed? Come for results of my research into the persisting light. I'm afraid there's little to tell you as of yet. Records pertaining to the XIV. Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what your interests you. Well, that's the other thing. Like I said, it's obviously I've got a Sackboy's Adventure there. Can't play that because music. Spider-Man Miles Morales. Can't stream that because of music. Persona 5. Can't stream that because of car alarms and that apparently get you banned. Yeah, I don't know what to play. Cyberpunk's not finished. I've got the PS4 version of that. I'm waiting for the PS5 upgrade to release and for it to be fixed. I mean, there's Demon Souls. Play through that, maybe. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes, or Vorbertides, fleeing their ruined kingdom. And together did they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him King, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so alike to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that's a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. I know it, but you don't. Now, I think next I want to play something on my laptop. I want to put my laptop through its paces. See how it handles a full stream of a game. Something that'll actually push it a little bit. So I might play Kingdom Come Deliverance. I've already played it before, but I don't want to go back and play it again. Something like that anyway. Nah, I've decided to keep it. Nothing mal with it. And obviously, I've now bought this yesterday, which allows us to play VR on it as well, because this just plugs into a USB port rather than a display port. And it uses the proper graphics card and not the stupid onboard one. There's nothing wrong with the laptop. I was just going to return it because I couldn't plug my other Oculus headset into it and play VR on it. It does get quite toasty though. Like I booted up Skyrim on it to test it, Skyrim VR, and both the CPU and the GPU are hitting 86 degrees, which is perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine temperature. When it gets 90 and above, you want to be concerned. But it'd be nice if I could still shave off a little bit of temp. And that was just for Skyrim VR. I'm very curious what it'll be like if I boot up a Half-Life Alyx. I mean, it was the same with Witcher 3. It was hitting like 82. But again, those temps are perfectly fine. But the cooler the better. The cooler the better. Even more concerning because it's liquid metal cooled as well, similar to the PS5. And it's hitting them high temps. But no, it works fine. Plays the games perfectly fine. Jasix, it's good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. Anyone has fresh insight to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an Ida attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. Imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard. Doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the Ascensa gate. Do-do-do. 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 Hey, Overclocks, how you doing? Yeah, I was just talking about games that I want to play next, because I'm not going to be playing Mass Effect now, because Warner Brothers has decided to start slapping streamers with DMCA strikes. So, not playing that, unfortunately, as much as I was looking forward to it. I was just talking about games that I was thinking of playing next. Then I got on about laptop games and that. It's only ever two companies. Two companies. Warner Brothers and Universal. They're the two companies that are doing all this. Jasix, I was not told you had awoken. Well, it's not really the game's fault, that's the thing. It's the development's stupid fault for... I mean, again, it's just the way the industry is, you know. People pay these artists a license fee to be able to put their tracks in their games. And obviously Universal and Warner has a big monopoly on those sort of things, and they need to start just... developers need to start just getting their own in-house music group to make their tracks, or digitize it, pay like one digital artist to work for them and make their tracks in-house. Welcome surprise. Now, if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? The companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. Yeah. So pretty much if you go on Twitter now and search Mass Effect DMCA and hit enter, you'll see all the big streamers as well as loads of other smaller streamers saying, well, not playing that anymore. So they're going to lose on sales. Again, like I've said, I'm not buying it on release anymore. I was going to, but I'm not now. I'll buy it when it's on sale. Which will then hit them as well, because they're not going to get a full game sale. They're going to get a sale based on me buying it on a discount. Which again, it's just one sale, but still, if enough people did it. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in the Colosseum, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in Ocular to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, in which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of Eaters descended upon the city was I to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions. The battle with Vorthri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited them. Or him. Tell me, Jasix. I need to know what he feared. What battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Tell her. Forgive me. I trusted the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Ah, I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers. Time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of Eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. 9 quests to go. The Unbroken Thread. Lena urges you to follow her. Come, meet me in the Ocular and I will unlock the door within. Not really had a look at what PC games have been released over the last year. I've been very console based lately, or playing this. Since I got the PS5 and that, I've been just playing games on them. I might have a scheme. Actually, no. I don't want to spend money. I've got plenty of games on Steam. I'll have a skim through the list. I didn't realise as well, Doom VR that I bought on the PS5. How did I uninstall it? No, there it is. Yeah, Doom 3 obviously got a VR release. But it turns out one guy did that a long time ago. where if you've got Doom on Steam, you install it, and then there's files that you can run on this, and it'll create like a bunch of folders, and then you take the files from Steam and dump them in the folders on here, and you can play Doom 3 VR on this. Tempted to do that, because from what I've seen, that version looks a lot better. The only part that's not as good is the official version that's been released. The guns have been changed so that they like show the ammo on the backs of the gun and that. Whereas this fan-made version, it literally just chucks you in and you can move the Doom Marine's arms. But it works pretty much the same. But you've got like a hood that floats around with your ammo count and that. Tempted to give that a test, see what it's like. Or just play the version that I've already got installed on here. With the VR gun. Either or. Ooh. How about Resident Evil 7? Could go back and play that again in VR. Before playing 8. Who knows? Plenty games. I'll have a look. Very yawny.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Damn. One of them VR orbs. From Ready Player One.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then? By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
Timey-wimey.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity.
Yet our Grahatia from our time is still sleeping like a baby.
Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity, Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope! We are finished! Mankind is finished!" Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only man who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was him. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, he would rise above. Where others would break and run, he would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally.
Oh damn, look whose blade that is.
In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were his deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light himself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. He was the lodestar that brought them all together to send their final message back through time and space to him. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent, a prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would, and I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
So sad.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the Light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
I mean to rescue the XIV.
Then we should be on our way. Dacian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Nearly there. Doodle-doo. Did you find the answer you sought? Is there nothing more you need? If there is nothing more you need, I will go and lock the door. I have questions about the Tempest. The Tempest? That is the name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an armourer to fly you over the waters, but I mean to go in. Do you mean to leave right this moment? Alone? I'm not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessing of Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. I'm on the road, adventure time. Armourer, please. One, please. Quantum. How you doing? You require an Amaro. Just a moment and I shall saddle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. The open water? The depths of the Tempest? Our Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor. Help!
Ah, we have found thee. Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
I'm a danger to those around me.
I understand the precarious nature of thy condition. Nonetheless, it is my wish to remain at thy side for as long as I am able.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here, at least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in his way now. Not after failing him in his hour of need. No! The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
My friends!
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
Any?
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, 'twas clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Me too! That's right!
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
Bow to me! And shine my shoes. I bid you good day. Defend the Crystarium until we return. Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amaro for thy journey to the Ocean Sea. I fear the following dive down unto Emet-Selch's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closeth above our head, we are unlikely to surface until our grand deed is done. Just so you know, I will not look kindly on any further attempts to leave us behind. We do this together. I once said that I wanted to fight for Estinian, that I wanted to save him, not let him be sacrificed for a cause. And now I say the same to you. Gods know you've spent enough time charging into danger on our behalf. Only fair that we return the favour. The volunteers who journeyed to Colossia have all been safely returned to their homes. They've also assured us that they will do their best to hold the Eaters at bay in our absence. There's nothing I can do to weaken the light that's trapped inside you, but I'll do everything in my power to keep it from breaking free. If the Warden's ether overwhelms you again, you will become a Sin Eater, so please, save your strength for when it really matters. To storm-tossed seas. Thine affairs are in order, and I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus would I petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. Da 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 da. Never mind. Da 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 da. How's everybody doing? Any game suggestions? PC games, preferably, because I want to put my laptop through its paces. Beep, 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 beep. Meow. Or maybe I'll start doing something completely different. Maybe do something more productive on a stream. I'm thinking of me software coding that I've been wanting to learn for a while. Who knows? I'd love to do some sort of a RL sort of stream. Doodly doodly doo. Yeah. Or guitar. Stream myself learning my guitar. That, or software. I've got a bunch of things I'd love to do. I've got a fucking acoustic and electric guitar sitting there that I've never bothered with because I've just not got the patience for it. But, yeah. I was that was my plan. My plan, I bought an electric guitar at the start of the lockdown with the intention of streaming myself playing Rocksmith on Steam. But unfortunately, that's when the DMCA situation started happening, and so I can't stream that because it's obviously full of copyright music. And the good thing about Rocksmith is it's a game, but at the same time, it's a tool that teaches you how to play guitar. I'm very much into things like Metallica or Queen, love Queen, or Daft Punk. I've got a very varied taste in music. Just not fucking dubstep. Can't stand that shit. I can just get a hammer and bang on the wall and that's close enough. Yeah, I've got a Steam profile. If you just search Jasix, you should find us with my profile pic, my stream icon. But the good thing about Rocksmith is it's not just playing music. Like, it's like Guitar Hero, but it teaches you the real thing. But there's also like mini games to like teach you chords and things like that. Like there was a first-person shooter, like a Unreal zombie shooter mini game where you had to like play chords to shoot the zombies. But yeah, I'll have to do it later because my laptop's not on, and I've just ripped it off the desk. There to the west, canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? That foliage covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for mine insistence. Oh god, I wouldn't recommend gifting me something. Because, again, I've got a bad habit when people gift us things, I'll be like, oh, thanks, and then it'll just sit in my backlog forever. So if you don't mind that, by all means, but, yeah. I've had people gift us stuff in the past, and I've, like, played them once and been like, you know what, I don't really like this. Because obviously people can't like if they don't like a game. Though it be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder when thou mayst glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. It's an MMO. No thanks. Don't waste your money, please. Thank you very much, but no, I don't really want to. I've said this to Kus, I don't want to play any more MMOs. This is the only MMO I play purely because I love the story. I mean, I've got Elder Scrolls Online, and I've got a bunch of other MMOs, and I just don't play them because they're just too much of a time sink when I've got millions of other games to play. But I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. What was it? If it was Elder Scrolls, I already own that. On everything. I've got it on my PlayStation, I've got it on my Xbox, I've got it on PC, and I've never touched it. I touched it one day with Kus, and we never went back to it. I keep telling him I want to go back to it, but we probably never will because we've just got too many games. Biomutant. You mentioned that yesterday, didn't you? Yeah, like I said, I purely play this because I love the story. Couldn't give a crap about the MMO side of it. Mainly because Duty Finder is such a pain in the arse for DPS roles, and I much prefer DPS roles. I hate tanking, and I hate healing. I hate the responsibility, so I just DPS. As long as you're doing good damage, you're doing your job right as a DPS. But everybody's a DPS, so queue times for DPSs tend to be longer. And that's the one thing I hate about this game. So I'm hopeful when this cross-server thing gets released, it solves the problem. Because obviously at the moment you can jump between worlds within your cluster, but when the next expansion releases, or sometime shortly after release, they're going to make it so you can go beyond your cluster. Hopefully that solves the problem. Because the whole Duty Finder thing's made as like, once this next expansion comes to an end, do I really want to continue? Because obviously it's going to be a whole new story, fresh start. But the story I've come to know and love is coming to an end. So I'm like, do I want to continue after that, or will that be the end of my final adventure? Have to wait and see. Anyway. Though it be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayst glide as a fish. I shall board a boat in the to the island, and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. But yes, thank you very much for offering to send us that. Like I said, I do like to warn people beforehand now, because I've got that much of a backlog, and I'm very particular when it comes to playing games. Sometimes I'll play a game and I'll play it once and then it'll just end up in a backlog, never to be touched again. And because more and more games keep coming out, I'll never get back to it. So, where am I going? The same with Koos. Like, if you add Koos on Steam, Koos owns like 8,000 Steam games or something, because whenever there's a sale, he's just like, ooh, I'll have that. And he's completed less than 1% of all those games. I'm the same, I've got like 3,000 games. Not as many as Koos, but I've only completed a fraction of them. Too many games, not enough time. Especially when I'm playing this, because obviously this game just takes a big chunk of your time. I've got to like interact with the eyes or something underwater, don't I? Yeah, I remember Catcart, one of my old mods, who doesn't really come on Twitch anymore. She sent us Psychonauts on the PS2. And she was all like, oh, it's a great game, it's amazing, because it's like her favourite game series, one of our favourite game series of all time. And, you know, what one person likes doesn't necessarily mean another will. And she sent it to me. This was years after the game had released. And I couldn't see why the game was so good. It clearly hadn't, to me, it was a game that hadn't aged well. So I think I missed the window of enjoyment for that game. It's the same with like Silent Hill 2, for example. Silent Hill 2, back in the day, people thought it was amazing, it was great. And I tried to do a marathon of all the Silent Hill games, played through the first one, and then I got to the second one, and I thought, the controls for this haven't aged well. Proper clunky controls. And my marathon stopped there. I didn't go any further because I just couldn't enjoy the second one. Whereas Onimusha, I had a marathon through them. That game's great. Combat still works nicely. Story's pretty decent. Though I've not played the Dawn of Dreams. Everyone says that one's a pile of crap. I've got it, but I've not touched it yet. But Onimusha 1, 2, 3. Good games. Great. They've remastered the first one, but they've not done the second two yet. I'm very curious how that did on sales. Two curved slabs of rocks seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of a giant stone eyelid. Wait, that's not rain! I've had that once or twice in the past where people like saying there's a game and, you know, they expect you to love it. But obviously everyone's got different tastes, and you end up booting up this game thinking, oh, it must be good, you know, they enjoy it, and then you start playing it and you're just like, eh. And then you feel really bad because that person sent you that game and you're just like, well, you can't help it if you don't like it. Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? Like, I'd love to get Kus into like Elite Dangerous and things like that, but it's never going to happen. Any sort of space game, I can never get Kus to play them. Or Punch Tree games. I'm lucky that he's willing to play The Forest, and I was very surprised he was playing Stranded Deep last night, even though that's the one and only time he's ever going to play it. He's never going to touch that game again. But yeah, what one person likes, another doesn't necessarily prove the same for another person. So I always ask people, if you ever want to gift us a game, just be careful. And keep in mind that I'm not necessarily guaranteed to enjoy it. But again, if people have watched us long enough, people tend to know the sort of games I do like. If it's got a good story, I'll usually enjoy it. Again, I played Deadly Premonition 2 on the Switch. That game ran like a sack of crap at like 2 frames a second. But the story was good. The story was pretty good, and that's what kept us going. Everything else about the game was... But because I thoroughly enjoyed the first Deadly Premonition, I wanted to see how the story was going to end, and the story for the second one was alright. But the world and the way it ran was just crap. Might not be so bad now because they've had a few patches. Well, hast thou discerned? It reminds me of a certain primal. Bismarck. Most perceptive. According to the law of the Pixie, we are, even now, perched upon the back of an ancient fae entity. Its name is Bismarck. Aye, the self-same title by which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vanu Vanu of the source. I would enlist its aid to bear unto us unto the deep, and thence banish the water with an airy sphere, alike in form to the domes which do shelter the hamlets neath the ruby sea. Yeah, so yeah, we're on top of Bismarck, a primal. We're a group that are tasked with killing primals, and now we're just like, we'll just get its help and be fine. So is this Bismarck still sapping the land, or...? Within its compass, we may move unencumbered, and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most assuredly shall. Now, I must needs ask for silence whilst I make my supplication. Yeah, this is apparently Bismarck. Is he sapping the land of Ether? Or... just keeping him around because it's convenient? Apparently.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail. Fallen si lor wislan. Ada si alinal.
What about Yakuza? I bought that entire series and I've never touched it. I started the first one, but at the time Koos just didn't give us a good impression of the game, because he basically says the series never changes throughout the entire thing. It remains the same. It doesn't evolve. You're running around the same city. The city changes over time, but you're still in the same city. And he said the combat is pretty much just the same throughout. And that sort of put me off it. And I tried to play the game, Yakuza 0. And again, as I was playing it, I had that in my mind of what Koos tells us. And so I was very skeptical of the game. And I did notice that while you're running around the city doing what you're doing, it's just the same thing. Like, you go from point A to point B, and in between you get jumped by some thugs. You got to beat them up. Bit of story. Point A to point B, bit of thug, beating. And Koos says that's pretty much the game. It never changes beyond that. And so he sort of give us a bad impression. But I had already gone and bought the entire series. Because I'm fucking stupid. But the story seemed interesting. Yeah, I haven't bought Like a Dragon, but I was definitely more drawn to that one. It did look interesting, because obviously it's changed the mechanics up. To it being a obviously random encounter RPG, which, like, obviously I had that conversation with Koos recently, saying that sort of format for me sometimes can be hit or miss these days, depending on how often you're forced into combat. I now prefer RPGs where you can see the enemies running around on the field, and if you want to fight them, you just run up to them. Or if they're aggro, they can run after you, and you can either fight them or run away. Whereas the old format of where you're running around, and every now and then it'll just go diddly 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 and force you into a fight, that format sort of got a bit boring to me, depending on how often it throws you into those fights. But nevertheless, that game does look interesting.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
Doesn't have random battles? I thought it did. I watched Koos play it very briefly. Like, has it got people, like, you can actually run into people or avoid them, has it? I'll have to look into it more. I was under the impression that one was random encounter as well. We need fuel. Finally called you.
Hey, Yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Ges Bismail win picked. Van Dromi Drom Yakum.
See, on the bright side with this game, it's a good way to save money. Because obviously you just have to buy an expansion once every 1 or 2 years. And then you pay like 18 quid for 90-day subscription. And you're sorted. So you've got 90 days just to chill and play this. And then during that 90 days, you save money. Unless you're like me and you go out and blow it on a pack like this. But this game definitely does help for saving money. More so because obviously I get a slight discount on my subscription. I said that years ago. If it hadn't been for that, I wasn't sure if I was going to go beyond 1.0. Because obviously 1.0 wasn't the best game and it flopped. But because people like stood by it and supported the game and helped the development of this, those people got recognized and given legacy status, which gives you a slight discount on your subscription. Which was also a good motivator for us to continue playing it.
Van Reed Rivier.
Hola, Sahawin Wisk. Isnerim Sorlierlo.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Lo fallo ruis. Van in narsitar. Dir sitagnai.
I just love the story in this game. Obviously you can tell I've just sat and replayed through the entire thing. Wonder how many people have actually done that. I've spent since February just playing this.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows?
Yes.
Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
Ah, but the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
Hey, look up.
What the? Do you see that?
Nani? Look out below! Tidal wave incoming.
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
Run away!
Whoa there! It's not stopping.
Leg it! Run for
Run!
it, lads!
Run!
Vanana Anna. Tilden Sito.
Thank you, Bismarck. We'll be back later to kick your ass. You're a primal.
Halmsi. Funne. Aktva von Jasni. Tagnai.
Wow.
Suge! Moshiroi!
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
Finish him! Round over. The Tempest, Nordbrand. Nearly there. I dare say Urianger enjoyed much playful attention from the Pixies to learn the lore of Bismarck. He's nothing if not a dedicated scholar. With all that water out of the way, we'll be able to venture quite some distance. Emet-Selch must be hiding around here somewhere. This is amazing. I can't even see the surface. Bismarck must be powerful indeed to create a dome of this size. You can only pray to whichever gods are listening that it continues to hold. I remember being impressed by the domes of the Ruby Sea. This makes them look like bubbles in a stream. Full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We are arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. It is here that we shall find the lair of Emet-Selch, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, it is of course a trifle matter to flee unto the rift. Yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus am I all but certain that this underwater realm harboureth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. In the event that you leave the area, speak with the Lilwyn at Vermont Yards in Colossia to return to the Tempest. Waiting in the depths. Now, as for where we should look, I rather doubt Emmett will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slopes downwards to the deepest trenches and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then. But watch your footing. Ground's still wet and like to be slippery. Wait, so is the village down here optional? Huh. I don't know if there was any story of this village, or we just bypass it. Must be something. Yeah, I just forgot how quickly the story here begins to just snowball at this point and rushes to the end. Ondo Youth. Nanny, run away! Never mind, guess we are going there. That's it. Must be just like one quest here and then it's like, bye-bye. The Finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water? Ah, so this is where the Ondo make their home. I had wondered. Pray, forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, and thus beg you for your understanding. Chieftain, what are we to do? Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If not, I bid you leave. I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. So, what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Would it be Emet-Selch's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return. We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondo refuse to speak with us... Jasix, do you remember my first scheme for entering Ylmo? How I had planned to integrate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ondo. The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we could build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach did you have in mind? That chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. This plain our all too dramatic arrival hath thrown this settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused, and to show our hosts thereby to our purpose, here is not inimical to them. Inimical? Google! They may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think? I have nothing better to offer, but I do worry what will happen if Ondor's tales end up leading us to a dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Asians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation. Thus, I cast my vote in favour of aiding the settlement for the time being. Let's do what we do best. Seven skivvies at your service. Then it is settled. Ishtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. Don't they keep their leader locked up in the basement here? Sure, I remember that being a thing for these guys. Yeah, in that sewage grate area. I think that's where they keep their leader locked up. Jasix, you won't believe who I've just bumped into. This is Posh Owen, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Ulmo. I waited and you did not come, and the Mistle came, but his visits did not continue. I'm truly sorry, Price Owen. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology? Perhaps. Where the dry return, a cavern to the north is home to giant crabs. We do not fear the crabs, for we are the swifter swimmers. Now there is no water, we can, and... Guy just pat me. What? What? But now there is no water, we run and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snipping with their claws. There are too many of them, too many. Ah, I believe I can be of assistance there. And what of you, Jasix? If you've not found a task, you're most welcome to join me indeed. I should appreciate the company. Where the dry return. There's a rather ominous ring to it. Right. Oh, got to kill 3. Love to go back and play. There is one other MMO I'd love to go back and play. But it's changed drastically since I played it. And that's Final Fantasy XI. I used to play it on my brother's account years ago. Like, I had a character on his account, and I played on his Xbox 360. And yeah, probably not. I remember I bought it for myself a while back, installed it, logged in, and Barstock was just a dead zone. You could crack their shells. You must be stronger than you look. Getting hungry. Salad day of the day. I do enjoy it. I used to hate salads when I was a kid. Now, love it. 1 salad a week. With a bit of chicken. So you've reached your quarter first again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number. My thanks to you both. You must have a reward. Here, Pershore. This was to be part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more of you and your people. Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam aimless and lost until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were, and long had they stood under the water, yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelter for my people, protection from the tempests, turbulent waters, and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers for their eternal sanctuary until such time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that your coming and this great vanishing of water was by the ancients' design, you will find warm welcome here. Truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder how will the significance or otherwise of our arrival be decided? The ancients have blessed us with the protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. And it would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. We thank you for your lesson, Paisoan. and will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. We should return to the task at hand. Only, do try not to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. Caution on concrete. Seven quests left to go, something like that. City of the Ancients. Y'shtola appears deep in thought. Ah, Jasix. Have you learned aught of note? Fascinating. Precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. Do, 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 do. Now, there are two tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the building which surround the Ondor settlement and note their most distinctive characteristics. The second, I wish you use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray, be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigation. Inspect the structure of the Ondor cups for distinctive features. The tall, slender tower features many elaborate windows, the likes of which you've seen nowhere else. I love the music in Amarot. Proper chill music. Can't wait to get there. Mithril knife. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Oh. Shiny. Let's have a quick look at the list. Is there any rando bots about to squash? There's a one. Bam. There's a one. Bam. I'm very adept at finding out which ones are bots. Again, you just click that profile, go to that channel, look at what channels they're following. Those two are following the exact same channel, and it's just this random news channel. And nothing else. Just that one channel. And every other bot either follows that exact same channel or this other random channel that I don't know what it streams, it's some random crap, or this specific Fortnite group. They're clearly the ones that are doing all this fucking bot crap. And what have you discovered? Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. Seeing the structures appear the same to both your sight and mine. And you say you could not so much as scratch the wall, even with all your might behind the blade? Jasix, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had to investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructive of ordinary stone, but I assure you it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkan Empire, once the greatest power of Nordrand, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. If not the Ronkans, then who? Who were these ancients the Ondor claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies with the reason Emet-Selch withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Emet-Selch is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Ascians' agenda. Or mayhap it has a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying this was built by ancient Ascians? That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first they might have remained untouched for millennia. Copy of the mural in the Quintana Ravel. Almut presented it to me during my visit to Fano, after our victory in Colossia. Here in the first scene, by Emet-Selch's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course. Do you see the similarities between its towers and those you have just inspected? We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surroundings for another tower. One which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, naught more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. The quest destination will not be displayed on the map. You must search for a structure which resembles the buildings in the mural, then inspect it from the surveyor point. The surveyor point will be found nearby in a location which allows a full view of the structure. Oh god, where was it? I don't remember. Hard to tell when most of the underwater's blurry in the distance. Guess I just go straight towards Amarot. Where was the point? Search for a structure which resembles one of the buildings in this mural. Then inspect it from the surveyor point. Surveyor point found nearby. Well, that's the big tower thing. Can anyone remember where the building is that I'm looking for? That's the one we first examined, isn't it? Now we're looking for something different. Somewhere over here. Is that it there? No, that's a rock. Was it this? Remember this being a cutscene at one point. That's the this is it, isn't it? This is what I'm looking for. That's the I remember now. Remember this being in a cutscene. But where's the actual point where I've got to stand and overlook it? That's the other question. There it is. Aye, this is the mural writ large. Though I cannot guess as its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of this tower's heights lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder? Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Asians. And yet, it did not exist. And yet it did exist. They lived here in this city. Let us focus on what we've learned thus far. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mystery stirring, of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the Ancients' return. Thus can we surmise that the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emet-Selch himself? Is almost certain he is there. But if we are to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. The light of inspiration. Ystella seems eager to share your discoveries with the others. Thank you for assisting with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we have learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all responsible haste. Reasonable. My reading's terrible. If you are not too weary, it may be useful to speak to Persh-Owen again and ask if there is aught else he is willing to divulge. Ah, Alphanor's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the walls of the Forgotten? Are they the ruins to the northwest? Yes, that is the sacred site of which I speak. Would it be that your footsteps were guided here by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit the artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grenault. You will find his workshop in a metal structure to the south. Grenault! We were told of him. Legendary artisan. Who went on an adventure one day and never came back. Now he lives here. In this tube. Is that guy butt naked or am I seeing things? Why is that guy butt naked? Why? He's got no pants on. He should have pants at least. Nanny? Is that guy like modded his character or something? He's butt naked. Normally you still have undies. He's gone. He popped in. He vanished into thin air. That guy was butt naked. He clearly done something. Ah, that's just great. That is. My mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Grandalt, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. All might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself on me rotten soul. I've got no use for it. Craftsman what can't craft is more pointless than a sea slug with a dormant hammer. And that's an insult to a bloody sea slug. How was that guy butt naked? He literally was naked. Every character by default has underpants on. He's had nothing. And he vanished there into thin air. Geralt appears... Gernalt appears to be suffering from a crushing bout of self-doubt. Maybe you can help psych him up. Aito! Gambare! Eh? You would be trying to raise me spirits now, would ye? Spirit? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the netherworld. Punch him in the face. You'll sharpen away another spirit. Kick him in the junk. Have we met before? Might be as we crossed paths back in the Crystarium. I don't reckon we've been formally introduced. Name's Grenalt, and this here's meant to be me underwater sanctuary, a place where I can give myself over to me work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And yet here ye stand. Now it's so damn important that you dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me. Shit's going down. Need help. Ah, the Ondor's lamp. God's curse me, empty head. I've got so much as made a start. I'm worth less than a sea slug. Near the slime left by a sea slug. My delivery date long past. My workbench is untouched. And I call myself a bleeding artisan. You've heard their beliefs, have you? Bringing light to them ruins will be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. It was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion. I just can't bloody well. My mind's a bleeding blank. It's like I've pissed away my last drop of inspiration. Don't know why that skipped there on its own, like. Tell me you've got something to show me. Someone says, give me Muse a right good kick up the arse. The Ondo want to honor the coming of these ancients. Their answering lights got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the spark of life caught in a crystal. But just bleeding sparkly's not enough. Got to dance with joy and sorrow and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? No thought turns to Renare and the crystals you discovered at the end of her journey. Maybe Grendel could find inspiration in that. Who? Right, yeah. Again, that's one of the Warrior of Darkness's companions, the Archer, or the Bard, or whatever. But because I'm doing a New Game Plus run, it doesn't let you do any... It's kind of silly that it doesn't let you do them during a New Game Plus run. Because it's meant to give you a bit more backstory on the Warriors of Darkness. And on your first playthrough, you have to do at least one or you can't beat the game. Whereas on New Game Plus, they've just completely removed it. But yeah, Renare is one of the archers of the Warriors of Darkness who eventually became a Sin Eater. And that's why my guy was recalling back to it, because I'm the right job for doing her quest line. But unfortunately can't do it on a New Game Plus. Yeah, so it's basically a hunter. And she kept seeking out, if I remember, she kept seeking out stronger and stronger marks until eventually she come across a Sin Eater, and she ended up becoming a one herself once she beat this one mark. I think she was after this specific mark for a reason, because they killed one of her family members or something, if I remember. And she eventually found this mark that was responsible, which turned out to be a Sin Eater. She killed it, and in doing so, she became a Sin Eater herself. Much like the fate of all the other Warriors of Darkness. I think that was how it went anyway. Presents something inspiring to Grenalt. And this is why you needed to do one of their stories, because you had to tell him it for inspiration. I've let the Ondo down, aye. More than that, I've let myself down. Might as well go back to mending kettles. Sir Grenalt, a crystal which once belonged to the one of Ardbert's companions. What's that you've got there? Such striking beauty. Shines with a heartache. Can't look. Yeah. Damn it, they're gone. It shines with heartache and laughter and the transience of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. Aye, I could see a brilliance of the crystal's legacy. Ah, you'd never capture such a gleam. Not if you laboured 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where are me tools, gods damn me? I must set to work before the feeling fades. I think it was her sister or something got killed. And she just kept hunting stronger and stronger marks to get stronger while tracking down the Sin Eater that was responsible. I remember. That was her base motivation. She wanted to hunt down a sin eater that killed a friend or a family member or someone. And obviously eventually she did it and ended up turning into a sin eater herself. So you end up finding her and setting her free. The illuminated land. I can feel it. Vision forming in me mind. Step aside, lad, and let me itching hands get to work. And done. I've taken the wonders that Crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape, what befits the Ondor's spiritual character. That's huge. You can carry it. Not a bad job if I do say so myself. And to think, I was this close to hanging up me hammer after studying the craft of them ancients. I've been across the length and breadth of Nordrant and gobbled up every scrap of craft and wisdom that I could find. No matter which technique I tried, my work was just no comparison. I couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages. That's what drew me here in the first place. I built me workshop, got the forges burning, and lost me bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods that crystal of yours, or I might never have gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been through the kind of journey they sing songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds just speak directly to your heart. I can still feel them coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away. It's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me a chance and I reckon I can weave the crystal saga into other things as well. Bugger me, I'd almost forgotten the Ondor's commission. If you could drag that lamp over to the path for me, I'll stay here and dream up new armaments for you to try. You now have access to Geralt's Forge. Equipment rewards will become available for collection based on the raw quest you have completed. What was the eye level of the gear he gives? 430. Never mind. That looks hideous. Hard pass on that. What is it that you have there? This profusion of brightly glowing coral-like branches is most definitely not a kettle. Okay. The sacred lamp. Then the finless one has kept his promise. My people tell me of the many deeds you have performed in the name of aiding the cups. And now you come to me bearing the light we had almost surrendered hope of ever seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for fear has passed. We shall take the lamp and unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the Forgotten. Damn you! Your fancy words. Gather there with your companions, and we shall speak again once our prayers have been offered.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
I thought you were always watching.
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal?
Your companion was turned into a sin eater. I put her out of her misery.
It was Render raised then. Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
It's a shame that Oddbert. It's a shame his character model didn't change based on your character's race. Because obviously, as we know, spoiler alert, Oddbert is basically a reflection of you from this star. I think that's what he was, if I remember correctly. He is, isn't he? Anyone? Lou? Lullaby? I think that's how I remember it. He was basically one of your reflections. But obviously that's why he looks like that, because he looks like the default Warrior of Light character model that you always see in the trailers. Again, it's because he's one of your reflections, if I remember correctly. I think that's what it was anyway.
It seems we've succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emet-Selch was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
Yeah, could be better.
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
Let's finish this. Once and for all. And then take a break and play something else. for a little bit. The chieftain had bid me guide your steps to the illuminated land. Come, the way lies downward. Follow the path of coral and rock, and join your comrades below. All are gathered, yes. Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern beyond and follow the wall down and down and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest, then continue west and west and west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance and do not stray into the deep. Just beyond the journey's end, you will find the Caliban Gap and the barrier we placed at its mouth. This obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it. We have made it so. Most succinct. What? Fucking words! Alphenor, how dare you with that filthy mouth? Succinct? Anyone? English? Do you speak it? A more succinct explanation. Succinct. We thank you for your guidance. Right, deeper into the depths we go. I knew I was waiting for that. I found one naked guy. He's clearly a bot. He's fishing over there, butt naked. Yeah, I found a guy, Lou. He is butt naked. He doesn't even have the generic white underpants on that you have. Oh wait, no. That's someone different. But yeah, there was a guy in that tower with that NPC that gives you gear. And he was butt naked. No clothes, nothing. No peen. Plenty butt crack. I'd wager these bursts of water could carry you clear to the top again. Not that I am eager to try. Our guide bade us travel to the cavern floor and thence to the west. It would seem these twisted tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. Can I just fly there? I know the way. Nabbit. Ah, Jasix. You have a choice of two routes from here. You can either take the long way to the south along the rocks, or skip along this coral branch as Alizé has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. Phew, not to it. Alizé has already gone on ahead. We should catch up to her. There you are. Come on, I think I found the tunnel we were looking for. Da-da. Da, 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 da. Do-do. Yeah, this must be the barrier the Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. It was a treacherous path indeed. Now I believe one of us need but raise a hand to banish this next obstacle. Jasix, I elect you to do the honors. In case it's a trap. Therefore we can sacrifice you, because you're a sin eater anyway. I mean, because you're the hero. Gone, just like that. Suppose we should head in. Like as not, this tunnel will be just as perilous as the road we walked to get here. So let's stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? Onward unto the end, my friend. Good job, Quantum's not watching anymore. Spoilers.
By the gods!
Cue the good music. Love the music for this city. How about chill? Just that ticking noise with the piano.
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Then we are seeing the same view. The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these... everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
One cannot blame the Ondo for fleeing the spectacle of these brooding edifices. We, however, have not the luxury of fear. Emet-Selch holds the exile captive somewhere within that vast city. Yet even if we must search every alleyway, we will find him. And the chieftain spoke of light shining from the abyss. It's not at all what I imagined. Why would Emet-Selch do this? It's big, I'll grant you, but cluttered city streets are far more conducive to infiltration than wide open spaces. This will work to our advantage, trust me. No, not you. You'd think all those tall, dark buildings would be frightening. For some reason, they just make me feel sad. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Oh. Changed. Me and my friends on a journey to Emet-Selch. Look ahead, Stola. Hitting it. Stop staring at me, Stola. Try and take a screenshot. That'll do. Jasix, did you note the style of the architecture? It's the same used for the remnants of the cups and the murals painted towers. Look closely. Emet-Selch has not simply reclaimed these ruins, he has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods, the magnitude of his artifice is staggering. What pains me to admit, I did not fully understand the feats of which an old-world Ascian is capable. The end of a world. Getting there. I think there's only like 5 left or something like that. Have a look. Now there's only 3 left. Never mind. 3 quests left. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at the tower to the southeast? Might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench. Nearly done. Only 3 quests to go. Dooby-doo. Dooby-doo. I'm ready. Do-do-do-do-do. Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how pixies must feel. Jasix Thuldred recognized. Welcome to the city of Emet-Selch. Will you be riding the lift? Did the building just welcome you? Mayhap it is not so passing strange. Did Emet-Selch not invite Jasix to visit his abode? His plain thy coming was expected. And where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but it presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yards of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on we, not about to let you walk into that place alone. Damn it. I wish to ride the lift. I want to ride the shoe path. Okay. As you wish, the lift will arrive shortly. Next stop, ground floor. Facilities include Bureau of Administrator, the Bureau of Architect, and the Capital. The next dungeon basically gives you a full rundown of what the hell happened here. You gotta pay very close attention to what's going on around you. Mine eyes do not deceive, we stand in some manner of communal square. Just a moment, I thought I saw something. I just can't believe how tall everything is. Seems peaceful enough, he said, tempting fate. Each of these towers seems a veritable city in itself. Gigas would feel inadequate in such surroundings. It's only at this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. Did that voice call the city Amarot? Look, over there. Is that a person? No, my mistake. That's a giant. It doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant Anoa, a resident of this place, may have much and more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alphino, you can't just... Ugh. Pray, excuse my boldness. Might I ask you a few questions? Oh, what adorable costumes. Are you children on an excursion? District has much to teach you. How odd. That sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. And which district is this exactly? You must be lost. Poor things. You stand in the Polylurite district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Can you tell us where to find Emet-Selch? Ah, I see you've come to marvel at the workings of the conviction of 14. Hardly surprising, I suppose. All world holds its breath as the final days draw near. Our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now, before your families begin to worry. You need me to walk you back? No, thank you. We'll be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. What was that all about? My eyes, these people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emet-Selch wove them from ether, much as he reconstructed the rest of the city. The final days. Such words will befit the oblivion described to us by our Ascian foe. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark, and thence Heidelin herself. But that happened centuries ago, didn't it? That man spoke as if he were rushing to avert a disaster here and now. Unless, for these people, the distant past is the here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphanor. This ethereal Amarot and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Emet-Selch hath resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. So, we find ourselves in a long destroyed city inhabited by the long departed. An unusual situation to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, and see what we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. To mingling then. Let's meet back here when our jaws start aching. Do we meet with what other self here as well? Or is that also, was that a side quest as well? I can't remember. Yeah, I think it's in here. Optimistic Amarotin. I have high expectations for you, my little debater. If you ever wish to hone your skill with a spirited conversation or two, I would be overjoyed to engage you. Any? It seems the hall is host to a most precocious visitor this day. And what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? Notice how their NPC text's all in red. The convocation and their handling of the coming peril. It's only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep this star turning season after season. Be it the Speaker, Laha Brea, or the Emissary Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Ooh, look at those names. Longriff, Matrid, Emet-Selch. Their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus, it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumour that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. Wonder who that seat belonged to. If proven true, would be an unprecedented development and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviours are toiling. In any event, I for one am confident they shall deliver our star unto salvation. I think we, before the whole sundering, were that seat that became vacant. I think. I can't remember. Trying to piece it back together. How may I help you, little one? Do you wish to pursue the transcripts of the great debates? Or would you like to reserve a room for discussion? We are here to serve your needs. Anxious Amarotin. God gracious, child. Where's your family? You should not be alone at a time like this. Run along home, quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, terrible phenomenon afflicts our star. They are calling it the final days. It said that this star suddenly it starts suddenly. Cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. An eternal fall of fiery rain. An incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. Yeah, basically the Asians, the Amarotians, could create anything they wanted just by thinking. And that's how their civilization came to be. And basically this coming disaster is what gives rise to all the monsters and fiends that are in existence now. It's born of all their fears. But yeah, these guys got very content in the fact that they could create whatever they wanted simply by thinking it. But I think they tried to govern it, if I remember, with these like cube things. I think. Can't remember. We'll find out, hopefully. Hopefully there's enough info here included in the New Game Plus. Because obviously there's side quests that you would normally do that would give you more information if you paid attention to them. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. An eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. It is as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical, a life now festers and spreads. It's only a matter of time until Amarok 2 resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. Well, the side quests in this city really delve into the lore of what's going on. Like each facility in this place had a purpose to help manage the existence of this planet before it was sundered. If I remember, this coming darkness, this coming problem that's about to wipe them all out, they also created that. And that's why they've all governed to decide about bringing about Zodiac. Please let me know if you have any other questions about the Bureau of the Architect and what we do here, little one. I am here to help. Yeah, I think this is the place that manages. You had to come here in order to get permission to make things eventually, because they had to start governing what everyone was creating. I think. Oh, did you want to ask me about my latest concept again? Yeah, they had to submit concepts to this place. And this is where concepts for beasts and things came about. But this coming disaster warped and twisted their creations and turned them into the fiends that we know today on the source and across all the shards. But to begin with, they were just innocent creations. But their fears, along with this coming disaster, twisted everything. The autonomous figures I told you about before. They are utterly without feeling or fear, and will without hesitation or objection carry out their master's orders regardless of any injury or death they may suffer as a result. Truly magnificent, wouldn't you agree? There you go, there's one of the creators right there. Of the monsters that we know today. Oh, it's you, little one. Come to the Bureau of Architect to track down yet another concept, have we? As you like, but I do worry that you will struggle to utilize even the simplest of our concepts, considering your rather limited creative potential. An audience with Emet-Selch. I'm afraid you have the wrong office, little one. And besides, you will be far too busy to field the questions of curious children. Surely you have been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the convocation must be spent upon ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it is said the 14 are moving forward with a plan of a scarce credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very star itself. Yeah, this is where they're currently having that meeting of the 14 to decide to give life itself to the planet so that it can save itself and everyone that lives on it. Thus, Zodiac ends up being made. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite the laws of existence. This 'tis a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. Back in a second. But yeah, the side quests in this place fill you in on a lot of backstory of how this all happened. That one quest there just gives you the basic gist of it. But the side quests that normally you get from within these buildings give you even more info. And then obviously the dungeon that you do next, the final dungeon as well, if you pay attention to everything that's going on in that also fills you in. Because it's basically a replay of the event. Oh, salad. Yeah, that's why Emmett said, originally when everyone was whole, there were beings everlasting. They lived forever, basically. And when the sundering happened and everything was split, that's when we came about. These more frail beings that had lifespans that eventually would run out, and we couldn't create things like these guys can from nothing. That's how this city's here now, because Emmett's willed it to basically be a memory of the past. So that when we get here, we'll know what happened. Well, that was an experience. was never very fond of being treated like a child, but it did make asking questions less suspicious. Jasix, I was not certain before than I am now. The people of this city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled Emet-Selch to recreate this ancient Amarot. And yet, I fancy I hear his words to us echoing through this ocean trench. He would have his story known. A greater purpose. You can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully then our next move will become clearer. Would seem our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. Suppose there was talk of little else in the time when these events came to pass. Urianji, if I may, what are your thoughts on this ancient art of creation? Fascinating discipline, indeed. What the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. It is not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Asians, wherein ritual ceremony birth life into figment of myth and legend. I see we arrived at the same conclusion then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid no cost with naught more than a fraction of the ether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere. From a hoard of crystals, mayhap, or from the very land itself. Thus, when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in effect, a means for destruction. An interesting matter which no doubt bears further study. Despite all these revelations, I worry we are no closer to finding Emet-Selch. Has anyone learned aught which might lead us to his location? Not directly, mayhap, but from what we've heard, it seems the convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we went to see for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. We tried our luck with the Bureau of Administrator, where we thought these permissions might be issued. The clerk there said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry. That was where we gave up. I wonder though, Jasix, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be that your name is registered at the Bureau as well. With a look, I'd say. Nom, nom, nom. Nom, 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 nom. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for less official points of entry, just in case. Pray, allow me to accompany thee in thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful. I think I'd like to speak with more of these ancients. Maybe they know something that could help cure Jasix's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Of course, I don't mind. Just lead the way. You guys are my best friends. Stick a chin, Then Ystala and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There is surely more intelligence to be had. So we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the capital. Never mind then. I'm Tiny. The visitor's writ. Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. Jasix Thuldred. Please wait near the counter while I confirm your details. And this is where we'll meet a key one of these people, I think. Who I think is basically who we originally were. Before the Sundering. Jasix Thuldred, your application is ready for collection. Oh, I think we'll meet that person soon. Unless it was a side quest. As your residency was approved by Emet-Selch himself, further forms of identification will not be required. Here you are your application documents. Submit them to the Bureau of the Secretariat, and the clerk will issue you with a visitor's writ for the capital. Oh, it's in the capital, one of the places. I think it was basically who we were originally that vacated one of the 14 seats. I think. How to do this one-handed. Trying to eat while playing. I want to get this done. I'm right next to the inn. I don't want to stop for like 20 minutes to munch on this. I mean, I could. Yeah, it is. Right. But I'm going to do that before I carry on. Cool. Bear with us, guys. Just like 15 minutes while I quickly wolf this down, and then we can focus on finishing it. There's literally 2 quests left to go to the end of this. But food is here. Yeah, we're on the Great Purpose, which is basically the final quest. Next one is Dungeon and Final Boss. Yeah, bear with us. I'll still be here, but I'm going to quickly munch this. And then we'll continue. Alright, I am back. Ooh. Well, I ate that far too quick. Right, let's get this finished. Yeah, like I said, it'll be interesting that, because obviously where it's such a rush to get rid of the Ascians that obviously we know they're the ones that created pretty much everything from nothing, and this catastrophe obviously gave rise to their fears and everything, making everything go out of control. And I'm wondering if obviously every Ascian we kill, because obviously they're supposed to be the bringers of balance. At least obviously the dark-robed Ascians were for bringing back Zodiark, and the white-robed Ascians were about keeping balance between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. And I wonder if us wiping them all out is also having a negative effect on everything. Next, please. Application documents requesting permission to enter the capital as a sanctioned visitor. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. Where we meet one of the important ones. May I? You, I think, are from a time beyond ours. Have you followed in the wake of Emet-Selch? This is the only one in the entire of this recreation that is actually conscious of what's actually going on. Everyone. Yeah. There is no cause for alarm. I am simply a shade, here and not here. See, this is the only one that's self-aware, whereas everyone else is just living as a memory. But this one is aware. I know only that my name is Hythlodius. Hythlodius. Maybe Hythlodius? Hythlodius. And that this city is a recreation, a phantom moment plucked from the well of history. These others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emet-Selch's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstruction. There's a reason for that. As far as I'm aware, this is just a guess on my part, he is us. Before he was sundered. A stray thought would have been enough. Ithludius will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Catch you in a bit, Lou. I won't be finished by taking me back. Yet, in spite of my perception, I play the same role as all the rest. A bit part. Meant to bring colour and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny and we shall burst like the fragile bubbles we are. Thus, I tell you again, my presence is naught to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. Damn it! Screenshot system on this is far too slow. If you've come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits on our morrow. The final days. What began as isolated incidents soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The Convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavoured to create a will for our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. Of those of us who still lived, nearly half offered their lives in the name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiac was born. Just as we had hoped, he reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet, oh, how the star had suffered. So many species lost. The land was blighted, the waters poisoned, and even the wind had ceased to blow. Once more did our people give themselves to Zodiac, another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grass and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. The cycle of life had begun anew, and we reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. Damn it. The Convocation decided thus. We would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiac. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose souls had fed his strength, and together we would resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiac, that this new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Heidelin, an incarnation of their opposing belief. And for the first time in history, our people stood divided. You know, then, how this conflict ended? I thought you might. Emet-Selch has ever been a champion of the will of Zodiac. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will have not abandoned his course. He will pay the price for our return by whatever means is necessary. And though he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, Emet-Selch is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they have only grown heavier with every passing century. It is truly a terrible weight he has chosen to carry. Jasix thundered. Yeah, he chose the role of the bad guy. Bear all the burdens of what his race did, and sacrifice everything else for the small chance that everything can be returned to the way it was. But again, it's at the cost of trillions and trillions of lives across each star that gets destroyed in order to bring about a calamity to force the rejoining. Seems your turn has come. Pray, do not let me keep you. Ah, there was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? Nay, I see no definite form. Just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it visible to anyone but me. and me, because again, we're all part of one whole. His whole. Giggity. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The colour of your souls tells me that. Tells the tale. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is spread. Oh, maybe he isn't. Yeah, whoever was the 14th seat member was us, I think. Ha. This is just the kind of fate I might expect for one such as he. Surely Emet-Selch has recognized the hint of him in you. Jasix Thuldred? Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. So it's not him we're part of, but me and Ardbird are definitely part of the same soul that was sundered. And we think the 14th seat member who left the council was us. And I think we were the leader of the group that brought about creating Heidelin. In opposition to what they were planning on doing. Your visitor's writ as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. Na 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 na. Na, 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 na. Here we go. Not that way. How's everybody doing? We're pretty much at the end now. Ah, Jasix. Stola and I have just returned from an institution the locals called the Academia Anida? Well, from its public offices at least. We thought an Asian place of learning the ideal spot to research your condition. It seems we lacked the credentials to enter the Academia proper. Ah, good, you're here. Everyone seems to be present and accounted for. Master Thancred can best describe our chances for infiltrating the capital. I only hope thine effort to secure permissions were successful. Finally, you're gone long and I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. How fared you in your bureaucratic ventures? Ah, see, my instincts were correct. And a good thing, too. Ryonji and I weighed our chances of breaking into the capital, and an official entrance is by far the more attractive option. The capital boasteth not a single armed sentry. It seemed that in their time they did not deem it needful to post guards. The windows and doors, however, appear heavily warded. Though mightily did we strive, with strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them even a fraction of one ilm. Mayhap 'twas simply the case that Emet-Selch's recreation did not extend to their usual function. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it best to conserve our time and energy for more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Reen and I tried asking about a cure for you. Problem is, these ancients didn't exist beyond Amarots today. They will happily tell you their own tales, but whenever we attempt to explain our situation, the conversation quickly became muddled. What of you, Jasix? Was aught worthy of interest said during your efforts to obtain a writ? I met a cool dude who is actually sentient, unlike these other people here. Great sacrifice of life in exchange for their brethren's resurrection. And you say all Ascian's scheming has been leading to this? All this time. If they still mean to enact this plan, then things won't end with the rejoining. Or Elidibus is a... No, because they're ones that survived the Sundering. Never mind. All this time. But if they still mean to enact this plan, things won't end with the rejoining. I thought we knew their intentions in full. Restore the world to its former glory and, in truth, empower Zodiac to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. Yet that was merely a step along the way. I hesitate to put into words, but we have to assume that following the final rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the lives of the Source to make their sacrifice to Zodiac. That does seem the most likely scenario. Mayhap those who ally with the Ascians would be spared that fate. But what value is there in surviving when all our history, all our struggles will be erased? I cannot conscience such an act. Of course not. That's to say naught of what Emet-Selch plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? We need to find him, Jasix. When we do, make your mark. Change the course of history in a way that's felt by those who came before and those who came after, by everyone you've ever met. Change things so that even my other self, dying somewhere in that future calamity, will smile and say, I knew you would win. Is fighting Emet-Selch the only way? He created an entire city. We'll take everything we have to defeat him, if we even can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the light will break free. The decision to press on lies with you, just as it lies with each and every one of us. Every time I try to take a screenshot. A greater purpose. Here we go, the final quest. Tancred stares quietly into the distance. He seems calm and assured. His easy stance, born of confidence rather than false bravado. Urianger glances your way, his expression hesitant. You can see the struggle as he agonizes over the words he wishes to say. Y'shtola meets your gaze with a strained smile. You seem to recall her wearing the self-same expression when speaking with Lys and Runa. Alfnor is lost in thought, his eyes downcast. There is, however, no sign of self-doubt which once assailed him at the falling snows. Reen appears to be brooding over her choices, her faintly trembling hands betraying her mounting trepidation. Shadowbringers! Do you remember that talk we had atop the tower in Emet-Selch? I'm still of the same mind now as I was then. I don't abandon you. You don't abandon me, and together we make a difference in this fight. There's always hope if we look for it. I saw it again and again as you tore those veils of light from the sky. We keep taking that next step forward, there's a chance we'll find a way to save you. So no matter how long it takes, or how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. All three spoke of the disaster we would bring upon our own heads. Ceaseless conflict. Imagine how we would sneer to see what's become of the first. Not to mention your perilous predicament. And yet who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in people's hearts? You achieved what my logic and ideals never could. Uniting disparate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, the giant Talos would never have raised its head. I've borne witness to many such miracles at your side, and would do so again. This is but another obstacle in the road. So come, let us travel it. Drag me through wonder and danger, as you are wont to do, and I shall endeavour not to slow you down. As well thou knowest, if we are to usher Emet-Selch unto his rest, we must needs bind his Ascian soul, and then shatter it with overwhelming force. For my task requireth oversight, and such I have prepared, upon the Exarch's asking no less, though 'twas ever mine intent to provide said boon. The future wherence our noble friend doth hail is a world fallen to Ascian artifice, and he would not see such grim history repeated. In a sense, Emet-Selch's destruction will be the culmination of the Exarch's efforts, a reward for all he hath endured these many years. Yet even as thou stridest into the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, and that of many others besides, is to see thee survived unto the morrow. It is in pursuit of that happiest of outcomes that I do pledge to remain at thy side. Our time in the First has been a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as our path in the Source ever was. Yet through all our journeys together, through that deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me to stay true to my convictions. Thus would I return the favour, Do as your heart decrees, without hesitation or regret. And that is all I will say on this matter. Well, this has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure this will be the end of it. But I suppose we should speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in Amarang. So forgive me this moment of sentiment, Jasix. By dragging me into this sorry mess, you've given me the chance to think and act as I should have. For Reen's sake. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, or how grateful I am for your support. So I shall express my gratitude through action instead. No matter where you decide to go, I will be there, guarding your back. When Minfilia entrusted me with her power, she warned me that no matter how strong you become, you can still fall victim to despair. You can still feel powerless. She was right. After you collapsed on Mount Gulg, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. If I made a mistake, if I failed to bind the light within you, I was terrified you would die. Even now you could be moments from turning, and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Thancred, the others, you've all been there when I needed help. Minfilia surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you. And I want to, I do. But I'm not good enough. She told me to follow your example, and I've tried. I've really tried. Then you shouldn't hang your head. I shouldn't. Do do do. Hello. We must all keep looking forward, like the heroes who never gave up hope for this world. I'm not sure who you... Actually, never mind. I think the answer might be different for all of us. No, nothing will come of brooding here and self-pity. I've made my decision, Jasix. I'm going with you. And all... do 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 do. Do 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 do. Have you heard about these calamities the other cities are facing? Terrifying concepts, the stuff of nightmares running amok. All the people to do. Oh, damn, calamitas. You know, I know No. Never mind. Yeah, so that person there sees the same soul as one of their own. Welcome to the capital. All visitors must present an official writ of permission before admittance will be granted. Your documents appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital, but any guests you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times. Here we go.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Emet-Selch.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation. Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you? And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
It is not he who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes. Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence. But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
We came here for the Exarch, and to stop you.
Well, you can't have him. The wisdom that man guards may open up new worlds of possibilities. He has unlocked the secrets of travel across the rift, and through time as well, it would seem. Quite an accomplishment for one of his incomplete nature. I must explore the limits of his capabilities and harness that power for the Ardor. Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the Ancients? Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star. Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery?
Just in time, Lou.
How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other? Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion. You cannot be entrusted with our legacy. I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us and us alone.
Emet-Selch!
We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star. Behold the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment. I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
Holy shit balls, holy shit balls, oh holy shit balls, holy shit balls. Just say the word, Jasix. However harrowing the scene that awaits us, they will not sway us from our course. I won't ask you to hold back. The time is long past. I'll just try to snuff out the worst of the embers before they reach you. reason that Emet-Selch would not harm the Exarch until the end until he has learned the tower's secrets. But his parting words suggest otherwise. Let's make haste. Your friend may not have the luxury of decades to wait for you this time. In those final days, 'tis said that monstrous beasts were set loose in the city. Terrors made flesh by sorceries run rampant. If Emet-Selch hath been faithful in his reconstruction, then we must be prepared to face many such abominations. Ready when you are, Jasix. If it's proof he wants, we'll give him a fight the likes of which he's never seen. I can feel it. Beyond the flames, a darkness waiting to swallow our light. Wherever you are, Minfilia, watch over us and guide our steps. The holy ship's balls, the holy ship's balls.
Here we go!
Amurot. Weak. Nordfront, Amurot.
Welcome to the final days of Amurot.
It's just too terrible. This is only a recreation.
The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
Prepare yourself! Keep your guard up!
How's the music volume? Because I'm going to have to turn it down for the next upcoming track. But I don't want it going completely, but I want it audible but not too loud, you know what I mean? Right, so I should probably turn it down a bit. Right. How's that? I was looking at that one earlier, Lou, and I wasn't 100% sure if that is or isn't one. I'm not sure on that one, but never mind. I mean, it looks like they're following counts that are banned prior, so I think it is a one. So I think you made a good call there. Yeah. Whoa. The unchecked energies of creation began to malform the... Oh, yeah. Hopefully I can get into the fight nice and quick. I hope. It's still early, so people should be
I'll show you.
on and about.
Just as prayer gives rise to prideals, our dread made manifest our deepest fears.
The first beast. I know the beasts are eye-catching, but keep watch for those meteors. First beast was striking in its unsightliness. Really, I don't know. All that we want is lost to the floor. The pride of the children, the way to the floor. As if to scar away all life, it called down a cataclysmic deluge. Oh shit! Marmalade! Oh God, what am I doing? I ran out at the last second there like an idiot. Good job that didn't hit us. Yet even its defeat did not halt the march of the oblivion. Even knowing it's all illusion makes it no less terrifying. Tower, and run out of walkway at this rate. Now, target the one right in front.
You underestimate me.
The land buckled. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
Seven hells, these beasts lurk behind every stone. Oh my god. Demon! What is that, I wonder? Bomb. See how they're all called Terminus. Terminus this, Terminus that. It's all their creations being twisted by the Fiaz. Ah, still one more. Didn't even notice him. Birdman. Birdman. The terror of a different hue. Thus did the second doom break us. The beast bellows and gives birth to terror. Terror which in turn gives birth to new beasts.
Keep your guard up!
Its gears turned skyward, and fiery rains fell from the heavens.
Leave the healing to me.
Once the fear had taken root, it cannot be expunged. Holy crap! Oh boy. As if feeding upon the horror, the beast bloats,
Thaliak, protect me!
then shivers, then ruptures. Kill it. Oh my god, kill it!
Yet this is far from the worst of it. Come, and I will show you.
Is it over? Video and everything's still running alright, we're all good. Oh, here we are.
Just a little further. And you will see the end of a world.
I'm in space! Is this the star? The whole world is ablaze. Ow, help!
Leave the healing to me.
You say leave the healing, but you were going to let me die there a second ago. demon.
Prepare yourself!
That even his. I ran back in once the floor this part disappeared. Boo! That's like a pixel of my toe touched it. That's not what I want.
The star was fading. We saw we had to weave its laws anew.
Oh, jeez. They're all just gonna stand there and take it. Decided to stand in a silly spot. Move, you lemons!
I'll show you. I'll show you.
But between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten fiend.
Hey, if I remember this starts smashing the floor up. Therion. Dust. How are you holding up? I could do this. We could do this together. From the depths of the despair, the last harbinger arose. Ow. Its voice was flung in destruction, and none could stand in its path. Running out of floor. Doesn't help that they just stand there during these moments instead of keep attacking. Get it. There we go, our final fight. Hopefully we can get straight in without any waiting around. Be on your guard. This is wholly his realm.
Well, well, you prevailed.
I got through with no bother. Surprisingly, on my first run. Mechanics were pretty straightforward.
Nevertheless.
Your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower over your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Watch this time, I'll do crap though. It has been a while since I've done
Our
it.
worlds may not live up to your lofty standards. But they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
Yeah.
Alize!
You are a mistake. For we who have known perfection, the shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
Ha! More prattle.
Half an hour!
Fool, who are you? No one, nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave. My world will have no need for heroes. Still fighting the good fight.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away. But that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Do not presume to speak of my future.
And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance? Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live. You see, the light will not be denied.
Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you. Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours. Now, Reed! Now!
Oh shit.
Fight it. You have to hold on.
Cue the music.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
You know I could.
Take it. We fight as one.
This world is not yours.
This world is not yours to end. This is our future.
Our story.
Our story.
Yeah! There I am.
No, it can't be.
Pride is braving the waves of
That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished.
I don't remember the lyrics.
Let expanse contract, Eon become instant.
Call forth my friends.
Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Damn you! Damn you all!
Riding home. It ends this day. One way or another, it ends.
Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment.
Here's the big reveal.
The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain.
His true name.
But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another. I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
Nanny! To the end. Oh my God in heaven. Yes, finally. Ah, shit, I forgot to put the music on. Do that in a second. Hades.
Show me your vaunted strength, and I shall expose the lie of your fragmented existence.
You are destined for naught else but oblivion.
By darkness be purged! Darkness reigns! Bleed forth! You are unworthy! The arcane is mine to command! Bleed Scurry and scatter! By darkness be purged! Darkness reigns!
Give voice to your anguish, my brethren. Anyone? Give substance to our hopes, our dreams, our prayers. And by their unabidable grace, may our perfect worlds rise anew. Yawn wide the ever-hungering void. Devour the light and return all to darkness. Impressive resilience, but it matters little. I have all eternity to break your stubborn wills. Unburden your sleeping souls, my brethren. I shall bear every hope, every dream, every prayer.
The future of the stars shall be shaped by my hands! I shall be raised up by the prayers of my fallen brethren. Behold, a sorcerer of Eld tremble before their glory.
Da, na, 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 na.
Darkness flow through me!
Oh god, I wasn't paying attention.
Awesome pests! I am unbound by cosmic law! Mother your wife! Awesome pests! your tomb! Mockery of life! Drown in despair! My dormant brethren, dream now of a dark tomorrow. I'll gather might must contain its vain reflections. In Zodiac's name, I beseech you!
Shit! Wow, someone died.
No. Damn you! Damn your wretched blessing!
Take my light, bitch!
That light split the world, and every life upon it! Our tragedy must never again come to pass! By His grace will darkness reign over all!
Suck it!
You have no power over me!
It's finally over. Go in peace, Emmet. I got accommodation. Nice.
Not killed! Should I surrender this fight, what will become of it all? What will become of our dreams? Our desire?
Enough, damn you!
Spend. My friends!
Such infernal strength!
Now! Strike with all thy might!
Chloe, take my axe.
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
It's over. Emet-Selch is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
What dost thou see?
His ether. It is as it used to be. As a disciple of Zodiac, the Ascian was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
No, it's more than that. Under the strain of that incredible flood of ether, your soul had begun to break apart, yet now it seems somehow restored. I tried to help you before the battle, but Emet-Selch stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you... Can you tell us what happened?
Just look at the axe of light in the back there. Rest in peace, Ardbird. I had help from a hero of this world.
I see.
Damn, XIV, you look fucked up.
Where to start? I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
I'm tired. We'll leave the lecture for later. Actually, it's good to see you awake, Grahatia.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
Do 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 do. So, come on, people. Suggestions for a game to play next?
So, those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words. You need only look up there for proof of that.
As you say, my love. They're sure to be back any moment now. Any moment.
They are coming back, aren't they? I have thought of...
There, dear. Everything will be all right.
There, look! Over there, over at the beach!
Ho there!
Greetings! You all right?
Welcome back!
I didn't think we'd be swimming the whole way back. Heavens. Heavens. Take me.
Alphino! Oh, hells.
Wait! Where's Urianger?
He must have fallen behind.
He cannot swim.
But shouldn't we look for him?
He'll wash up sooner or later.
For the love of... Alphino!
Welcome back, dear ones!
And thus did salvation come to the first. The lamps of Amarot will fade along with Emet-Selch's enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were.
There's a hint there towards what I was saying earlier. Because we beat Emet, that city and everything he said there
Mount
will fade.
Gulg will one day fall, and the Talos below yield to wind and rain. This tale, too, will fade with time, passing into legend as the world heals and moves on.
That's what on the back.
Nevertheless, as ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life,
there he is. Returning home to his friends.
so too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness. For we who walk before may lead those who walk after.
Yeah, lyric drop.
Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy.
It's so good, the story, it's so good.
Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you? Where are you from, really? And how did you get to be so strong?
100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 100-kilometer run every day. That's the secret of how I became One Punch! Mitsu. I knew the Knights Blessed were amongst the revels. Aye, but the Crystarium was so crowded I thought it safe to speak my true name. Faruna and his ilk were gripped with panic. As you may recall, 'tis customary to reveal one's true name outside of families. It is not customary to reveal one's true name outside of family and ceremony. Yet, Oh god, I don't want to go into a big I want something a bit chill to play next. But I do want to go through the Witcher series at some point. I have played Witcher 1 and 2, but I've never done 3. I did the beginning part of the third one. Like the very first town you go to. But at the time my PC couldn't really handle us playing it while streaming, because I only had like the one PC at the time. And I've never really gone back to it since. One, because the game's just getting so big with all the expansions. It is a long game, but I do want to go to it and play it at some point. Definitely. But I think the next game I want something a bit chill. That's why I'm playing Stardew Valley with Koos this weekend. Because I just want something to relax with. Yet, when I hurry to explain that all present were like family, I was greeted with an outpouring of tears. An emotional people, the blessed. Dragon Age. You're saying that that's one of my most favourite series. But I've already played that. I do need to go back and finish the DLC of Inquisition. Inquisition was great. But yeah, Dragon Age is one of my favourite game series. Love that game. Let's see. Yeah, something like I said, Stardew Valley, sort of relaxing. Something I can just chill with. Because obviously I've just spent since February playing this. So I'm going to take a bit of a break. Once the final patch content for this releases, I'll come back. Which again, it's only going to be in like 2 weeks' time. So just something to keep us busy for 2 weeks. Something to chill with. It would seem I don't know my own limits. I'd thought to push on till dawn, but my body had other plans. Still, I did enjoy the carousing while it lasted. Even I need to forget my cares every now and then. What I don't need is to wake up to Alphanor smirking at my bedside. He said my face was a rare sight when I slept. Gods, I hope I wasn't drooling. It would seem that the city celebrated long into the night. Not that I would know. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I woke to find myself in the infirmary, having apparently collapsed from exhaustion. My aching pride was somewhat soothed by the sight of Alize sleeping in the bed next to me. It must have been just as weary. Long has it been since I've seen her face so peaceful in repose. It was a rare tranquil? It was a rare tranquil morning, made unforgettable by the sight of those clear blue skies. Tranquil. The ending to this tale hath been long a joyous one indeed. Where the hell did I get long from in that sentence? Myriad were the lessons learnt, yet there is one of particular import. It is imperative that I master magics to grant my feet purchase upon the water, or else allow me to part the sea at will. I must need to visit Bismarck in due course, and scrub his teeth in thanks. Mayhap the airy arts of a fairy whale might be imparted to mortal men. We shall see, we shall see. People came from miles around to join the festivities. Most seem to have stumbled home by now. Even so, I dare say Nordrant will echo to the sound of clicking mugs and for some while yet. I thought to indulge in a little revelry myself last night, till Urianger began to list all the names of my drunken conquests. I ended up drinking water. Water! That's right, you alcoholic. You're a dad now, you gotta take care of Reed. Gotta set a good example. Oh, Jasix, are you well? No ill after effects. To my eyes, you seem completely healed. It really is a miracle. Speaking of happy surprise, I was amazed to see the crowd that greeted our return. I hadn't realised just how many people we've met along the way. Did you see their smiles? Right then and there, I vowed to do whatever I could to keep that joy from fading.
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat. Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more. With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
So I do. I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow. Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history? Either way, this is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world. Yet I am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the First.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Yeah, so the patch content's going to be basically us getting back to dealing with the Empire and trying to figure out a way to get these lot back. I'm guessing.
Besides, I never had any intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
It's all new for me from this point on.
Yet we dare not neglect our comrades in the Source. Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to our fellow scions, would you? Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
I imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all. Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure he arrives within the city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
Better not.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared. But I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
Irene.
Just a moment while I attune the portal. Then you can be on your way.
When I was a boy, many long years ago,
Catch you later,
I
Lou.
yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh. A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side. Would that it was so easy.
The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand. Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
As the Grahatia in our time is still asleep. So I'm gonna guess he's gonna get an early wake-up call in the Crystal Tower of our time. Timey-wimey. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace of the Source. Doodle-doo. Doodle-doo-doo-doo.
To the west gate. I want to know what's happening there.
Same as the others, struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty.
He's back.
Forgive me. These were your people.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them. That was the Emperor. Wait! Ah! Your radiance!
Gaius! You've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
He's back!
Identify yourself, demon!
You were hoping for the Ascian? The Craven shed this skin and fled, rather than face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself. But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction. body and soul reunited at last.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
Only if we trust in a paragon's words. A mistake I do not intend to repeat.
Gaius!
He speaks the truth. Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift. Xenos, my foolish, greedy son. Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore? True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this throne is beyond you.
'Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands.
That's how it becomes a shithole in the next expansion.
I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
You would kill me just for that.
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt will not do so twice! I heard the Ascians speak of Zodiac and Eidolon. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making. We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
God, imagine if he merges with Zodiac. Similar to how he merged with the, again, what was that primal called? The other dragon primal that he merged with.
Xenos!
Oh, damn. We're home. Oh, you've returned. Was there a lull in the fighting over there, or? I've been keeping that device you uncovered safe and sound. Did you need to use it again? Let's go see Tataru. Why does auto run sometimes keep turning itself on? I'm not even touching the bomber to turn it on. I'm home. Nice to see you too. But, Jasix, is it really you? Hi. But how? When? You didn't think you'd be back for ages. Time moves in mysterious ways. Right, so it does. Reports you had delivered by the excitable little pixie said as much. As for the situation on this side, the Imperials are still eyeing our forces from afar. From what I'm told, the Garlean armies have been slow to retreat and seem reluctant to commit to any large-scale engagement. It's an odd sort of stalemate. Otherwise, we're yet to see any sign of that awful Black Rose weapon we were warned about. Oh, but I suppose we did call in an old friend to help out on that account. Kryl and I had a terrible time tracking him down, though. It will be worth it to see the look on your face when you find out who it is. Anyway, I was just about to make contact with this helper of ours and then confirm the latest news from the front. Don't you fancy having a rest while I do? The warrior of light, back where he belongs, just as if nothing had happened. Though you do seem different somehow. You'll have to tell me all about your adventures when we next have a spare moment. Until then, welcome back. Tadaima! The end! The moon! Oblivion has claimed him. Emet-Selch gone, La Habrea gone, I alone remain, the last of the unbroken. Once more I am moved to reevaluate the potential of these tattered souls. Ah, Xenos, never did I dream you could overpower me so completely, possessed as I was of your body, and all its uncanny strength. And now that I have shared with you the truth of this world and its reflections, who can predict how events will unfold? Not I. Emissary. What a poor jest that title has become. The flow of history's become muddied, its currents wild beyond my capacity to direct them. You have wrestled the advantage, Hydaelyn. The thieving hands of your disciples tighten their grip on our star. The origin of the world remains hidden, and its inhabitants ignorant of their broken existence, just as you and your creators desired. They celebrate the gift of imperfect life, uncaring, unknowing as we weaken and fade. But do not imagine yourself rid of us. There's your hint right there to what a lot of people suspect. Even though it shouldn't be what a lot of people suspect. Because again, Eidolon was the one that split Zodiac into 14 shards. But everyone in the game, like all the NPCs and that, regard our shard as Mother Eidolon. But clearly that's not the case. It's clearly freaking Zodiac split into 14 pieces. And again, they're trying to bring about the joining to make him whole again. So it's clear she's the moon. But do not imagine yourself rid of us. Though your champion has indeed proven the most egregious obstacles to our ascendance, a barbed thorn in my side, he may yet be removed and cast into the abyss. Ah yes, it can be done. I will keep these heroes mired in the first, and victory will be ours at last. I think he is going to bring about wiping all the other shards in the next expansion. And all but probably one. Who knows? Warrior of Darkness now, are they? Then their fate is decided. They shall meet the same end as those who came before. Death at the hands of the Warrior of Light. Oh boy. Seems you are right. Yes, there is something out there. But it would mean crossing malms and malms of this infernal emptiness, which is rather unhealthy for living creatures, as I understand it. Even were we to restrict ourselves to brief warriors, I don't like to imagine the effect it would have on our ether. But you still want to go, don't you? We may have saved the world, but we haven't reclaimed it. Ah, when you put it that way. What choice do we have? Well, of course, I'm going with you. That's what family's for, isn't it? Come, let's head back and prepare for this mad journey of yours. Thank you, Thancred. Do, 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 do. What is that? Though blazing skies give way to gentle night, what hand can end the war of dark and light? You've completed the main scenario quest, Shadowbringers. By opening the trust interface located under duty, you may now repeat previous completed main scenario dungeons with a party of NPC avatars. Avatars will gain experience and level up according with their duty participation. For more information, please refer to help. Furthermore, bolstered by your experience in the first, you are now able to access new quests from job-related NPCs in the source. In order to access them, the following conditions must be met. Reach level 80 in a given job. Complete the relevant level 70 job quest. complete the associated role quest line. Quest locations and other details can be revealed. In addition, quests to unlock new content have now become available in the Crystarium. Rest well, Warrior of Light and Darkness, for 2 worlds of adventure await your return. Trophy? Trophy? Where's my Shadowbringers trophy, damn it?
Give me my trophy. Where's my trophy?
It's gonna be like the other ones where I have to progress through the patch stuff to force it to unlock, isn't it? Trophies are dodgy in this game. But that's it, we are back up to scratch. This is where I ended my play. And I've not gone any further beyond this. Obviously, I came back after a while and decided to do a New Game Plus, and I've been doing that since February up until now. And I'm finally done. So everything beyond this point is brand new to us. As you can see. Question mark. But yes, I really enjoyed replaying the story again. But I'm going to call out there for the night. I've done what I want to do. I'll have a look through my games and decide on what to play next while waiting for the final patch content to release. And then we'll have a marathon through the patch content, which won't take too long. If I can get my gear up anyway to 590 or whatever it is, 490, I'll be sorted. Or if I just switch to my samurai, which is on 510, whichever. But yeah, I'm going to call it there for the night, guys. If you're new to the channel, as always, feel free to hit that follow button. If you scroll down, you find a link to my Twitter and YouTube. All VODs of this and other games can be found over on my YouTube channel. But yeah, from this point on, it will no longer be New Game Plus. I'll have to edit my thumbnails going forward so it doesn't have New Game Plus in it. But yes, hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Thanks for watching, guys. And I'll see you again tomorrow for something else. Briefly. Anyway, catch you later, guys. Peace.